Sometimes it's for a sacrifice, sometimes to lead off an inning against a tough pitcher. Third baseman's playing back. Give it a whirl. Aranda. One time through the order. Rasmussen is allowed one hit, but that was that 2-run home run by O'Hearn in the first inning. Remember the Pirates last year? Dead last in home runs. This year, one of the top home run hitting teams. That's a big difference.
And it's all up and down the lineup, right? Cruz with 6. Lau, he's got
7.
Lau's got 7. O'Hearn's got 3.
No one has more than 8 in baseball. Cruz homering last night. And that was off Griffin Jacks, one of the top relievers in baseball too. How did he hit this pitch?
Oh, when you're seeing O'Neill Cruz go really good, the one thing I've noticed is he keeps that bat barrel on off-speed pitches in the zone out front really, really well. And we know when he's just finding the barrel, it doesn't matter if he's out front, or if he's late, or if he's perfectly on time. Damage is going to happen because you saw how often he's hitting balls over 110, 115 miles an hour. It doesn't really matter how hard the pitch is or where it is. If you're getting that bat head out in front and you're keeping it through the zone and then all the way out in front, and you're not, snapping it out of the zone per se, that's going to give you the best chance of finding that barrel. And then when you're maybe hitting the bottom of it, like we saw him do last night, it's not going to be a base hit. It's going to be a double or triple or home run.
Hey, Hannah, what did you hear from Donnie Kelly about Cruz?
Joe, it's so funny listening to Neil describe how he's hitting baseballs right now. When I told DK about that stat of Cruz hitting 115-mile-per-hour baseballs, more than some teams collectively, he said what's amazing is he doesn't even have to swing hard to do it. Actually, most times when it happens, he's more smooth and fluid. The talent level and watching him compete like that the way he has just been awesome to watch. And
in our morning conversation, Donnie and I asked him the same thing. How does he hit that pitch? He said because he stays within his approach. He's tried to get out of it a couple times. Maybe, all hitters get big and try to hit a home run once in a while. But the way that he's hit pretty much this whole season, he can still hit the ball out of the ballpark, even on a tough pitch like that.
Yeah, this is a perfect example right here. He's fouled off a couple pitches. He's laid off a couple close pitches. Now he gets himself back into a 3-2 count.
Against that tough cutter from Drew Rasmussen. Gets him to ground out. Or even last night when he drew a walk with a couple runners on. A lot of times you might try to do too much. But
yes.
There's a lot of maturity in those at-bats now from O'Neill Cruz.
And that's the only thing that I've seen on the not-so-great side offensively for O'Neill Cruz. A couple times when there's been big situations late in the game, to your point, you've seen him get a little bit big. He's going to learn as time goes along when situations get real big and you feel like you want to be the guy. Sometimes those are when you actually have to slow down a little bit, in whether it's choke up, whether it's try to see the ball a little deeper. That's the time, and this is the perfect guy in Brandon Lau for O'Neill Cruz to watch, because the way he navigates his at-bats are very much like that. You rarely see him come out of his shoes when I'm talking about Brandon Lau. And then when the situations get big, last night that big 2-out, or I think it was a 2-out, 2-run double, that's a sign of maturity, but it's also a sign of carrying that approach out and not letting the situation get too big.
It's funny that you say that Cruz can learn from Lau, because Lau has said he can learn from Cruz. The way that the opposing pitcher pitches Cruz, a powerful lefty hitter, he kind of uses that as his blueprint for his at-bat. So everybody helping each other out on this team against a tough customer in Rasmussen today. Simpson. And it's 7 in a row retired by Drew Rasmussen of the Rays.
Pop quiz. How do you go from Captain Clutch to the Iron Horse through a milestone and a marathon? The answer is on Hall of Fame Connections.
The captain, Derek Sanderson Jeter, is one of the winningest players in Major League history. He was wearing these very batting gloves when he notched one of those most memorable hits, the 3,000th of his career.
Are we supposed to spit in them like they do the batting gloves?
No spitting. This is a non-spitting museum.
3,000! History with an exclamation point!
He's just the second player in history whose 3,000th hit was a home run. The first was a former teammate from the Yankees' 1996 World Series championship team. But before he began his Cooperstown-bound career, Boggs would cross paths with another future Hall of Famer. September 6, 1995, the Iron Man played his 2,000th 131st consecutive game, surpassing the unbreakable record of the Iron Horse.
Now that's how you pass the torch. Catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv and discover your own connections to the game at baseballhall.org.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
Welcome to the Toyota RAV fourth inning. Fantastic aerial coverage of the game today. Great drone looks at PNC Park. And we'll have that for you all throughout the day. Of course, the Pens open Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. Have aerial coverage there as well. So you got Skenes on his bobblehead day. Received the Cy Young last night. Pirates won. Are leading again today. Entering the day tied for first. And the Pens taking on the rival Flyers. That's who they draw in the first round. You can't ask for more. We'll have it all for you right here on S&P all day long.
Now this is part of the lineup the first time through, starting with Fraley in that second inning that got 3 guys in a row on base. All 3 of them putting the ball in play on a changeup. Fraley with a single, and then Palacios with a single, and Cedric Mullins with that catcher's interference. And you wonder, we saw Paul go into his bag a little bit deeper and start throwing a few more splits. That's up a lot more than it's been in the past, from 10% to 19%.
And Fraley wants to challenge.
This could be significant right here, Joe.
Risking the final challenge, perhaps.
Hate to see it.
Well, now that's 3 in a row struck out by Skenes, but the Rays have no more ABS challenges for the game unless it goes into extra innings.
And just as I suspected, Paul Skenes making adjustments in game, at bat to at bat. The last time against Fraley, goes down and away with the changeup and gives away a hit. Well, guess what? Now you're getting fastballs in the inner half. Let's see if he does the same here to Cedric Mullins.
Got a changeup to start him. And it's so odd, too. He reached on interference, and then the Rays got a run taken away by interference in the same inning. 2 different types. Now 2-0. Got to wish happy birthday to Steve Blass, our good friend, always.
Happy birthday, Steve.
Pirates legend, celebrating a birthday today. And we know he's celebrating a birthday. Happy birthday, Steve. You know what he got? He got to watch Paul Skenes today.
Surprised he's not down here. Maybe
appreciative, maybe he is. Appreciative of outstanding pitching, just like we were appreciative of him and his good pitching. 2-2 on Mullins on the bunt try. The great Steve Blass.
There's a drive up the middle.
Game 7 of 71. Complete game winner. Pirates celebrate in Baltimore. Oh, I still have the goosebumps. Look at that.
Yeah, I got him too.
They're right there.
That's great.
That's so good. Complete game win in Game 7 of the World Series. Heroic.
There he goes again. Lulled him to sleep. He's lulled him to sleep the first time through the order, even though to these lefties, and even though gave up a couple hits, wasn't giving up any runs. And now he's going to start attacking these lefties on the inner half. Now it's time for the Rays hitters to make the adjustment. Paul needed to make the adjustment after that first time through the order against the lefties. And now, check.
4 straight struck out by Skenes. Strike 1. Is baseball that easy?
To him, it is.
But to your point, I mean, just making that adjustment in game, not waiting till afterward and breaking it down, and
or being too stubborn to make that.
Yeah,
it's the last thing Paul Skenes is. He's stubborn in certain ways with his approach and his, going about his business. But he knows, even though he's got almost 100 in his back pocket, he doesn't necessarily have to use that at a 70% clip to be successful. He turns the ball over really well with splits and changeups. Those good sweepers, occasional slider and curveball.
There's so many different choices to make. All right, what would best get this guy out here? I've got it, and I can locate it to the opposite field. Got a man there, Brian Reynolds. Paul Skenes in a rocking chair on a Saturday afternoon in Pittsburgh. Pirates in the lead.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
How does one of baseball's most celebrated plays connect to one of baseball's most notorious curses? Through a cross-country move, an earthquake, and the Men of Steel? Find out on Hall of Fame Connections.
It was a defensive play so iconic that we simply call it the catch.
This is the glove Willie Mays had when he made that catch. This is great.
But let me touch it for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oakland pitcher Dave Stewart was named the World Series MVP.
It really comes from like the kings of Siam would give their courtiers white elephants, which were sacred animals, and they'd be too expensive again to maintain, would put them into financial ruin.
They need to know this story. That's amazing.
Nobody could steal a base like Ricky.
I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
So imagine making steals in these stuff.
So these are Ty Cobb's
And these
cleats.
are Ty Cobb's.
So what I want to know is, were they ever swabbed for the DNA of opposing pitchers?
Roberts is no stranger to stolen bases himself.
That's what makes it special, is that everybody knew he was going to steal.
Roberts is going. Safe.
You know what they say? One great play deserves another. Catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv and discover your own connections to the game at baseballhall.org.
Pirates up 2-0 on the UPMC scoreboard. Pirates baseball is presented by UPMC, the official healthcare provider of sports coverage on SNP. Look at that. He got himself a souvenir. What a great memory already. Will you throw me a ball? I'm wearing a bow tie.
He needed his glove or use his hat. Nonetheless, he gets it.
Oh, that's nice. They made sure he got it.
How great is that?
Lifetime memory.
He's saying, it went off my hand. I almost had it.
You got to catch it like that next time.
Like it's an egg. Don't break the egg.
1-2 on Reynolds, who drew just the second walk Rasmussen has allowed all year. And that was right before O'Hearn hit a ball into the teeth of the wind and right for a home run. Those are the two Pirates base runners. And they've both scored against Rasmussen. Reynolds hitting .300 in April. And he's the first out of the fourth. O'Hearn's coming up. And that ball was going out. Let's look at StatCast, powered by Google Cloud.
Yeah, it didn't matter which way the wind was blowing and how hard it was blowing. At 106 in that launch angle, that's leaving probably every single ballpark in the world.
He crushed it. That gave the Pirates the lead for Skenes, and it's holding up. Pirates picked him up in free agency, that 2-year deal, making a commitment to Pittsburgh. He's loving the city, he's loving the team. And they're loving him, hitting .324 now.
And to not continue to go over it, just the length of the lineup. We're just seeing on a nightly basis, especially the games that the Pirates are winning, we're seeing different guys pitch in, right? And different guys chip in. We got 3 guys now with 13+ RBIs on the season. We're not even a month into the 26th season, and it's contagious.
Those guys are roughly around a 100 RBI pace, you know, early in the season. The Pirates had 2 players last year with 60 or more RBIs. Cruz had 61, Reynolds had 73 to lead the team. There's Brandon Lau, another one of the acquisitions. That was a trade with these Rays and the Astros as well. A rare walk. 2 today, though, for Rasmussen. And make your advanced plans to join us on the next homestand. Sunday, May 3rd, the Reds are in town. It's a 1:35 game. And all kids 14 and younger will take home a Pirates-themed comic book in honor of Superhero Day. Get your tickets for May 3rd, Pirates.com. Light rain falling here at PNC Park. Big storms are coming. Moved up the start time to 3:30 today to try to get more baseball in before it rains. Ozuna down the line. It's got a chance. It's gone. Line drive. 2-run homer. Marcell Ozuna. The long ball going the Bucs' way today. They're up 4-0.
Oh, the Big Bear. The Big Bear's getting hot. And you love to see it. He's so dangerous when he gets going. After a slow start, this has been a terrific homestand for him. And again, another night, a different guy chipping in and in a big way.
What a homestand he's having. This is who they signed. One of the top home run men in baseball the last few years. And Rasmussen must be, I mean, he's walked 2 guys, and the next guy after each has hit a home run. That's a 4-run lead. He had given up a hit to a right-handed batter all year. A single. 1 hit all year to a righty batter. And he's just given up a 2-run home run to Marcell Ozuna. He's knocked in 7 on the homestand now. Timely hitting by the Pirates.
Yep, only 2 hits today. As you mentioned, both coming via the homer from Ozuna and O'Hearn.
And all the O's coming from Skenes. He's put up 4 so far. That was Ozuna's 298th career home run, so he's closing in on that big number 300.
Let's see what the pitch was. The 2-seam Looked like he was looking in there for something, either the 4-seam or the 2-seam, and he got to it. A souvenir.
Rain intensifying.
And people are starting to scatter.
Yeah, the wind really whipping around now, as you can tell.
Wow. And that's going to do it.
It's an 0-1 count on Horwitz as we go under a rain delay.
Oh, these guys are going to have fun getting this tarp on, Joe.
I've done it, and it's not easy. It is really hard to do with wind. And that rain, you think of each droplet weighs something, and then they're all coming down on that big tarp once they do get it unfurled. It takes a lot of people to do this, and it's not going to be easy. They're smart to call it now before it really starts to deluge, and it's coming real fast.
Wow, is it windy right now? Oh my goodness.
And it's really picking up. You can kind of see the gusts of rain. And folks heading for cover here. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. And going to be some heavy showers at first, it looks like, according to the radar. But it will move through. There's not a huge storm, enough that we're going to be in a delay for at least a little while here, and then it should be a little cooler and real nice the rest of the night. But you always think about, okay, the starting pitchers, if you have any lengthy delay, and this probably would qualify, you know, is that going to be it for Skenes tonight? Will that be it for Rasmussen tonight? Possibly.
And I think that has more to do with how long they think this delay is going to be, right, Joe? I mean, if it's closer to 30-40 minutes, you may see both of those guys come back out. If it's closer to an hour 20, good chance those guys are done for the day.
And Skenes has not pitched in the last, let's say, 15 minutes or so, with Rasmussen pitching to the Pirates.
Well, Grounds Crew doing a terrific job. The wind's gone down just a tiny bit, so that's helping them get things situated here.
Well, with the tarp on and the Pirates leading 4-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning, the rain delay here, we invite you to stay tuned. Bucks Bounty coming your way, and then we'll have baseball once the rain stops here in Pittsburgh. Here at PNC Park, a storm is moving through, and the good news is it looks like once that is through the area, then that should be it for precipitation here tonight as we went into a rain delay in the bottom of the fourth inning. Spencer Horwitz was at the bat a little bit after Marcell Ozuna hit a two-run home run to bolster the Pirates' lead. Ryan O'Hearn hit a first-inning two-run home run, and that gave Paul Skenes and the Pirates that 4-0 lead that stands right now here in Game 2 of the series over the Tampa Bay Rays here on Paul Skenes' bobblehead giveaway day. A lot of folks undercover as the field is undercover right now. So we'll keep you updated here from PNC Park, but in the meantime, we invite you to stay tuned. Steel City Chronicles' Dave Parker is coming your way next, and then baseball in a little bit here from Pittsburgh. All coming up right here on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Rains continue, but should be lightening up pretty soon here as we've had a couple of bands of storms move through the area and cause a rain delay here in the 4th inning. That's where we stand, with the Pirates taking a 4-0 lead. Home runs by Ryan O'Hearn and Marcell Ozuna today, boosting Paul Skenes and company. And you talk about a really good pitcher. We talk about Paul Skenes. How about another really good pitcher? A.J. Burnett is here with us in the booth. And what has this meant to you to be here this weekend? This has been a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun. Honored to be a part of this. You know, obviously them thinking about me and wanting me to be in that video of the drop of the release, and it came out pretty good. You know, you never like hearing yourself talk. So
I do.
I didn't. Well, yeah, no, you guys do, especially him. But no, I think it came out great. Just honored to be a part of it, and the invite to spring and all. It's just good to be back around the game. I haven't been around it in a few years, and it's a good feeling.
And you got to throw out the first pitch yesterday. Any nerves, or were you able to get that over pretty good?
No nerves, just a little beat up, maybe a little loss of extension over the years. I should have dropped a hook for him. I should have, but just right about, just a little cut at the end of it, man.
I like it.
But it was good enough. We were throwing up in the concourse, and I was lighting him up in the chest. I was like, this is going to be great. And I think I turned and I came around the windup. I didn't even look at him. I just threw it.
60 feet 6 gets a little further every year.
That was about
game, right?
58 and a half. But it was a great 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, it was.
We've seen people
I've seen
swing.
many of those.
And I was telling my friend, Ashton, bless his heart, he was sitting next to me because he knows me. He's like, I know you're mad, Dad. I know you're mad. He's like, it's not about the first pitch. It's about you being here. And I was like, oh, you're so good.
You know, we've heard you talk a lot about, you know, how the whole thing evolved with spring training and whatnot. How important was that to you to we know how much this city means to you and at the time of your career when you came here, and obviously I and our group were beneficiaries of your leadership and everything that you brought to the team on and off the field. You know, how happy were you when DK reached out to you and was like, hey, why don't you come hang out with us for a little while?
I was actually thrilled. You know, I tried to come back and visit you guys a couple times. You know, once I retired, it just wasn't a great, you know, time or spot to do that. And this opportunity came up, and then he texted me, and I think I texted you right after, and he's like, heck yeah. And I was like, it was a really good. I had a little hole. You know, I'm really happy with retirement. I'm happy where I'm at. Karen and I are doing great. The boys are doing great, but there's just something missing, and I really filled that up, that hole up when I went down there for spring training for a week. So it really helped my soul to be back around it, and just to, you know, watch these guys go about their business like we used to. It was a treat.
When you got a firsthand look in spring training with, you know, you've obviously followed a lot of these guys and Paul and some of these guys, but you probably got your firsthand look at Bubba and you know, Braxton and some of these guys. Like, what strikes you most about them as people, but also, you know, what can translate obviously on the field, but in a team setting as well, and moving forward where this group is probably going to go?
Well, they all get it as far as the team.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like they do. They all push for each other, and they have this, you know, the competing against each other thing, which is what we always talked about with our starter staff. Like, if Cole's going to go out and go 7, I'm going to go 8 tomorrow. And if I go 8, Charlie's going to try to go 9. We're going to outdo each other, you know, in a friendly competition to make each other better. And I think they're doing that as a staff right now. They're so young. I mean, I want to say they remind me of me, but I think they were a little better than I was at my age, but they throw so dang hard. But they're just electric and so athletic and fun to watch, man. Their demeanors at such a young age are pretty impressive. But to see how they go about their business, they do a good job of what they need to do to get ready to throw in between when they need to throw. Like, every day matters.
Sure.
You know, there's not really an off day. Like, day 2 is just as important as day 4. And for them to know that and start figuring that out at that age is pretty impressive.
Well, and obviously your career was so storied and incredible, and I've heard you talk a lot about, you know, the ups and downs and the big marketplaces you were and the small marketplaces. You know, what did you, I guess, take away from maybe the group that you had, some of the veteran guys when you were a first, second year guy, and then fast forward to the middle part of your career, and then the end of your career when you were here with, you know, Jeff Locke and Garrett Cole, these guys trying to solidify themselves as major league pitchers. Like, what did you take from your experiences on the field and then off the field, and then try to give back that we saw you do so much?
I think that giving back is the thing, Walk. I hate to say it like this, but when I came here, it really wasn't about A.J. Burnett. You know, and I think the first part of my career. You know, it was me trying to establish myself, make a name for myself, and just, you know, try to worry about me. But it just seemed like at this point it was not about me. It was about this group I was with. And it reminded me of the Matt Manti. You know, we had a young team in Florida, so not too many, but more veteran players than pitchers.
Okay.
But I had Manti. I had a good friend, Vic Darensberg, a lefty out of the pen. There was a veteran. Just guys that took me under their wing. And even, you know, the 2-3-year guys that were there when I got called up, you know. But being around Holiday in Toronto, being around CC and Alex and Jeet in New York and those guys, Andy and Jorge, I think that all set me up for coming here, you know, and it just – everything that I came across in my career all came out when I came here. And it was just people talking about me being the perfect fit for the time of the team, where y'all were at, the city, baseball in Pittsburgh was perfect when I came, but it was also the same for my career.
Sure.
You know, me coming here was perfect for the time of my career.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, you played, you know, a lot of different places, but why do you feel like Pittsburgh is a home for you?
Don't laugh at me. I never considered myself ever going to be that guy. Like, I never thought of it.
What, coming back to a team and that kind of thing?
No, just being that leader, like being somebody that can come in and, I don't want to say change everything, but help every single person. And these guys really make me feel like I did that. You know, they were great. They were professional. They were really good. They just didn't quite know how good they were. Mm-hmm. You know, and I didn't do anything but go out there and throw. But I made sure every day they walk, you're a good player. Mm-hmm. You know, Locke, you're a good player. You know, just the constant positivity. And even when they failed, it was like, man, you got a game tomorrow, man. Like, you're going to be all right. And I think these guys played so much with their heart on their sleeve that they sped the game up a lot, and it just got quick on them. And it's just like, guys, we got a long one at a time. That was my saying. You know, we got another one tomorrow. Right. And it was amazing. It was just amazing. Everything about it was perfect.
Yeah, it was so great to see the atmosphere. Now, of course, I was out on the outside looking in those seasons. But do you see anything that reminds you with this team, since you've been around them in the spring and a little bit here this weekend too, but do you any of that you've experienced this year with these guys remind you of some of those Pirates teams at all?
Yeah, I believe the pieces they brought in this winter, and I've mentioned before, I haven't been paying that much attention in the past, so I don't want to compare too many teams in too many years. But from our team in 13 to this team, it seems like they brought in the players that the pieces fit perfect. Mm-hmm. You know, you got O'Hearn, you got Lau, Spencer, the Big Bear. They just want to hit. You know, they just want to hit, and if they didn't hit today, they can't wait to hit tomorrow. Right. You know, it's I don't know how to explain it. It's just they're so professional, and I think they're just good leaders without them knowing that they're leaders. And it's feeding off of everybody. Like, Big Bear's 2 for 900. You wouldn't know it.
You wouldn't know it.
You would not know it. He's in there every day just wanting everybody to do better. And that's the key. And that's what I wanted for these guys when I got here. And I watched every single one of them get better.
You know, we're going to take a quick break here. More with A.J. Burnett. He's kind enough to join us here in the booth here as we're in a rain delay right now at PNC Park. Hopefully baseball pretty soon. But a little bit more with A.J. Burnett when we return here on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
Picked off. Chavez hits the top of his hat. Now they get Napoli at third base. How about that? It hit the top of the helmet of Chavez and bounced directly at an Angels infielder. A huge out here in the 7th inning.
Oh, they dodged a huge bullet there.
They flip with the glove. That was not a good idea.
All he needed to do was try to get the lead guy by giving him a nice easy feed.
No, stay on your feet. No. I thought he was going to stay on his feet.
The Goose did not know that the game was starting. Maybe the Goose thought it was 6:45 first pitch time.
Oh, man, off the glove and off the dome. He's saying, oh, man, what happened? It's a moment that he'll never forget, and that'll be on the blooper everywhere.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
Back at PNC Park, we're in a rain delay. The rain should be moving through soon, and we should have baseball for you in just a little bit, as the Pirates have a 4-0 lead here in the 4th inning. And with our coverage of the Pens and Flyers about to get underway, while we're sitting in a rain delay, we're going to bring you that here on SMP and move our Pirates coverage to SMP Plus starting at 7 p.m. So to find SMP Plus, you can scan the QR code to take you to our channel finder that helps you locate SMP Plus on your provider, or you can use the SMP 360 app to stream one on your phone while watching on your other TV. So you can watch both if you want to do that. So more with A.J. Burnett, kind enough to join us here. He threw out the first pitch yesterday and has been a big part of the Pirates this season, being here in spring training as well. And you know, one of the things that we showed a lot was the bat signal night. And I was with Milwaukee at the time and saw that, and I didn't know the whole backstory. I go, This guy's got to be something else. They've got a bat signal out there. I couldn't believe it. Tell us, what was this experience like for you?
I mean, we came off a road trip. I was just coming off a low arm injury, coming back off the DL, and I was just laughing to walk about it because it was camo night. And I was like, "You sure we can't wear black tonight? It was Batman night." But it was special, man. Like, just to come back and have that thrown up, and I think all I did was like tweet one picture, like, as a joke one day, because I wore it under my suit. Wore Under Armour Batman all the time when I traveled, and it came out one day and it just took off.
Well, I can tell you, so Joe, when on days that AJ would start, we found out pretty quickly that there was a no eye contact rule for anybody except for the catcher. So we started to dub AJ's start days. We started to refer to him as JA because we knew that he meant business. But to that same point, I think with especially the young starting pitching staff that we had at that time, that mindset when you walked in that building, and whether it was 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game, you meant business. And not that wasn't going on, but I saw a shift in some of these guys' mentalities. Guys, you know, like Jeff Locke was just a very happy-go-lucky, very quiet, and you started to see him take on that as well. And Garrett was a little bit more, you know, he was a little bit more edgy in itself, but there were guys that had to find that edge in a certain way. And when we found that out on a day-to-day basis, number one, it was shockingly scary. And number two, it was the most fun when we grasped it, because AJ would come in for 3 o'clock. He's starting to get ready. You'd walk into the training room and he'd be getting some work done, and you just immediately walk back out. He's like, I don't even want to think that he made eye contact with me. And he may look at you and you may kind of give him a side eye, and he'd be like, "What are you looking at?" And then the next day he'd come up and he'd be the happiest person in the world. But that was his day. That was what he was about, and I absolutely loved it. Everybody loved it.
Yeah, I was not like that all the time in my career. Obviously, I mentioned Doc a lot. Building up to that day, it's an important day.
Yeah.
You're the tone setter. You throw the first pitch, ball's in your hand, and it's just kind of a no BS day. And every other day was a normal day.
Yeah.
So I was lucky when not a lot of people could do that, turn it back off and turn it back on. But I couldn't be so serious every single day. Like, it would just drain me. So I found a way to relax and have a good time. And then come my start day, like Neil said, J.A. showed up. But that's how Roy was. And I remember, one of the things he told me, and if I start crying, I apologize, but he was a good friend of mine. When I left in 2008, he told me thank you, and I'm thinking to myself, what is Roy Halladay thanking A.J. Burnett for? Like, whatever. But he said, you taught me how to have fun in between my starts.
Wow.
He's like, I can tell I rubbed off on you on start day, but you definitely rubbed off on me in between, because he was just so bam, 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 bam. And when he learned to relax a little bit and have a little fun, because nobody messed with Doc. It was like what he said, like, you'd be crazy. But, you know, like he'd sit and watch games, and I just couldn't wait to go, like, knock his hand off. And he'd just get so red and like, grow up, AJ. That's where I got to grow up from, you know. But I kept doing it, and eventually, you know, he just loosened up and then became that animal on the 5th day.
Yeah.
Do you remember your first day with the Pirates, first game?
I do.
This is it right
I
here.
do. Bases loaded, no outs.
Oh, I love it. One of the other things I love too, Joe, with AJ was, you know, especially as middle infielders, there would be times, you know, in 4th, 5th, 6th inning when his pitch count is starting to get up a little bit, and you maybe get a little bit of traffic at first base, and you'd be thinking to yourself, man, AJ, I'd love for you to do a couple slide steps here so this guy doesn't take off, and he would basically be like, I don't care. Go ahead and steal second. I'm gonna strike this guy out and the next guy out too. So I'm not worried about him if he's on first or second. You know, I don't want a guy on third with less than, you know, with nobody out. But I know that I can get a ground ball if I need one. I know I have a wipeout breaking ball to get somebody out, and I got enough velocity to blow somebody up. So it was always a kind of a cat and mouse game when would you be playing the middle infield. Because at times you just be like, well, I'm not even going to cover second base. Like if this guy takes off and he's a plus runner, I might as well. Maybe he'll put the ball in play and I can get to a ball.
I don't know if that's a very good philosophy. I don't know. That's just how I was. Like I remember talking to Ray and Clint about it. Like when he just speed up, I'm like, why? I'm like, I'm 36, bro. How fast do you want me to go? And I'm like, what is the big deal if he doesn't score? And then, of course, a couple times he'd score, and they'd be like, well, that's the big deal right there. I'm like, well, that's once in a million, you know. Yeah. But that was just my mentality, man. Like, I figured that I was good enough where if he stole, and I knew I wasn't quick, you know, and I didn't want to sacrifice a pitch execution to worry about a guy stealing, basically. Sure. And, you know, most of the time it worked out, but there were times it didn't. But
not many though.
That was my. He's right. If there's a second, I didn't care. Third, especially, you ain't scoring. It was just how I was built.
We're having even more good news. 7:05 first pitch for the resumption of this game here. So not too far away from baseball here at PNC Park, and with our coverage of the Pens and Flyers about to get underway here in this rain delay, we're going to bring you that here on S&P. So hockey on S&P coming your way, and then the Pirates coverage will move to S&P Plus starting at 7 p.m. And to find S&P Plus, you can scan the QR code to take you to our channel finder, helping you locate S&P Plus on your provider, and you can use the S&P 360 app as well to stream one on your phone while you're watching on your other TV, so you don't have to miss out on anything as the Pirates taking on the Rays. And then, of course, the Pens and Flyers in Game 1 coming up just a little bit. A lot of great Pittsburgh sports here today, and one of the great icons of this century. Really, I mean, you think about it, 3 years with the Pirates, but you've made such an indelible mark on Pittsburgh sports, and we're so glad you keep coming back, too. This is really cool for all of us.
The bottom line is I just love it here. Yeah. I mean, not from the success we had, just what the city did to me and what these guys did to me. Like, I'll never turn my back here, man. Mm-hmm. And back to your point, because we had a little break, believe it or not, my ground ball double play rate went way up when I became a Pirate. Even though I had that philosophy, I did hit way more ground balls. And then
we tried to do some work for you.
Are you kidding me? It was a blast, wasn't it?
And you like these City Connects, huh?
They're gorgeous. Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Look at this.
I just found this out earlier, though. I didn't know about the bridges.
Tell me, because you told me. I found out
the
from
bottom
you
of the bridges, the 3 bridges.
Look at that. See that?
I just thought they looked like Batman font.
Yeah.
You were the perfect guy to roll these out. I can tell you that.
I would have worn them every 5 days.
Yeah.
I know some other guy that wears black every 5 days too.
Right.
The guy on the mound today.
Did the starting pitcher decide the shirt top? And did you wear the blacks for that reason?
I didn't like I don't know. I just didn't like white. All my cars are black. All my clothes are black.
Yeah.
Definitely did not like the grays.
Yeah, I know
you just sweat so much. It's gross looking on the field. Like nobody wants to see a grown man just full of sweat. You know. So I just wore black because I just thought it was tough. It was tough.
Well, you were tough too, and I think we all enjoyed watching it too. And you know, I think some of the great moments of when you played, and you know, what do you think is your favorite moment? Was it the wild card game as a team? Was it a game that you pitched?
Definitely the wild card game.
Yeah,
definitely. And I take it back to when I kind of had surgery and I missed the 03 World Series. So my first day long tossing was in the outfield, and everybody's like, man, you must have been miserable. I was like, well, not really, because I saw all my teammates for the past 2 years who struggled, who tried to figure out this game. Well, we're now in the World Series. And that's how it was at the wild card game. Like, I didn't pitch it. Did I want to pitch it? Yeah, but it wasn't my turn in rotation. It was Cole's. Or, I'm sorry, it was Lariano. And I saw all these kids out there fulfilling their dream and playing in the playoffs. And that was so special just to see. Because, like I said, when I got here, they were good enough. And to see them out there knowing that they're good enough, it was special.
Yeah, and that's one of our favorites, always will be, too. We're visiting with A.J. Burnett, and we're pleased to tell you that we're going to have baseball for you starting at 7:05, the expected start time to resume this game between the Pirates and the Rays. Quick break here on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back, bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grid, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play, only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
The faithful and hardy fans still sticking with us. Thank you for sticking with us, too. 4-0 Pirates, bottom of the fourth inning. We're going to get reset here really soon as our coverage of the Pens and Flyers is about to get underway. So we're going to bring you that here on S&P and then move our Pirates coverage over to S&P Plus in just a few minutes. And to find S&P Plus, you can scan the QR code to take you to our channel finder. That helps you locate S&P Plus on your provider. Or you can use your S&P 360 app to stream one on your phone while you're watching on your other TV, too. So 7:05 expected start time to resume this game between the Pirates and the Rays. And A.J. Burnett, kind enough to join us. We were talking about this game. 2013 wild card winner for the Bucks.
I've waited my whole life.
Do you remember any of this? Was it a blur, or do you recall a lot of it?
I remember every single bit of it. It was nonstop madness. The whole game. Like, I don't think anybody sat the entire game.
Well, I don't know if you had the same recollection, AJ, but, you know, obviously I was in the lineup that day, but, you know, typically before a game, and as you know, at least for the position players, like, you know, you have your routine. If a game's at 7 o'clock, like, you know, 6:15, you go watch some video of the starting pitcher or something, and then by like 6:35, you're putting your cleats on and getting your ready to work out. I can vividly remember being in the clubhouse at my locker, didn't have headphones on, and I remember hearing like a buzz, and it was almost like shaking, and I was like, what is that? And usually when you come out 20 minutes before a game, there's still people filing in and whatnot.
Right.
Everybody was here.
Everybody was here.
Everybody was here, and I can still vividly remember being like, oh, that's when it like really hit me, walking out of the tunnel and be like, everybody is in their seat, everybody's wearing black, like this night is special. And it was special leading up to that, but like that was something I will never forget.
It was just a sea of black walking in. The bridge looked like it was shaking.
Wow.
But yeah, it was. We felt that. I do remember feeling it on the inside as well.
And the magical moment.
There it is. Ashton was just asking me a while ago, like, what was one of the loudest sounds I've heard, and I think it was right after that. Like, that place just erupted.
Still can't even believe it. The Martin home run right after Cueto dropped the ball.
So you watch that whole video, we're laughing. We know we got him. The fans are all on him, and there's just one dude that's locked in, and that's Russell. He's like standing by the battery box. He's like,
yeah. As stoic as can be.
Just ready, and he knew he was about to make a mistake.
Wow, think about that.
I remember that vividly.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
How he could do that in that moment and then come through like that, it's incredible. Think about what the fans are able to experience then, and you're starting to see a little bit of that again coming back here this year. This is great to see.
You hope you see most of it. And people ask me what are, you know, why I'm here, why I keep doing this, or what made it so special. And I think we take pride in the happiness that we brought people. You know, yes, we play this game for us. We play for the city and the fans. But the fact that we brought winning back, and the fact that so many people were just ecstatic and happy, like, we take pride in that. And I always will. We go as far as we want, no. But look at the happiness and what we brought back to the city from that year. It was.
Well, I can tell you too, you know, those years leading up to 13, 14, in 12, a little bit in 12, but I can remember like 09, 2010, 2011, they were not great years. We were still building the core and whatnot. But to that same point, you know, growing up here, but also, you know, I would go to Giant Eagle to get groceries, right? And it was never pleasant in 09, 2010, 2011, right? And then all of a sudden it was like, the meat counter guy wanted to talk about why we lost last night. How do we, you know, how'd you kick that ball last night, you know? But it turned, and that's one thing I'm really seeing in the community and conversations I'm having with just random people is like, people are back and engaged. And that's, to your point, like, that was special for me, and I know a lot of us, was like, this town is a sports town. And, you know, things haven't been great for a while here, but like, they are starting to feel the buzz, and they're starting to feel that same feeling. I'm hearing the same stuff everywhere I go now when we got into that 12 and 13 and 14, 15. So you hope this continues. They got the players. They got the staff, to your point. Like, these guys are so good, but some of them are young. Some of them are green. You know, Connor Griffin is 19 years old. Who knows? The sky's the limit for this guy, right? And O'Neal Cruz, we're seeing him finally really starting to come into what we knew he was capable of doing. It is so exciting right now, and we hope 4.5 months from now we are, you know, trying to figure out how many games it is to clinch a playoff berth.
Right. And I, like I said, I have not been around it. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't paid a lot of attention the past 10 years. Past couple, yeah, but it's. I mean, I came here 23 and it was different.
Sure.
You know, and now it's, you know, I mean, eating lunch today, everybody's ecstatic and excited. They're talking about, what do you think about the new guy O'Hearn? What do you think about Spencer and O'Bear and Big Bear and about the staff we got? And I'm like, I know.
It's legit.
It is legit. Yeah. So, you know, health is the main thing. Yep. You want the health to go all year for these guys. And like I said, the kid's one hit away from breaking out, I think. You know how that goes.
Yep.
And the staff, you know, they get them some runs and see how far they can take you.
Yeah, and they've already given Paul Skenes 4 here tonight, and hopefully in 4.5 months, maybe we'll see you back throwing out a first pitch again right before the playoffs.
I will not bounce that one. I'm sorry, I didn't bounce this one.
You're going to be throwing bullpens leading up to that.
I will definitely go on a 3-week throwing program, yes. Yes.
Oh, this was great, too.
This one was a decent one. This was a good one.
So good.
See, that's what he did my whole career. He made me better. You see that? But that's what he meant to me. Even in New York when I play with him, and you play with him too. What a fierce competitor for one. But I mean, just wanted all his pitchers to succeed. That's all he cared about. And you know, Rod was that way too, and the other guys. But Russell was just a little bit different.
Yep.
Thanks again, AJ, for some extra time today. Great to visit with you.
Love you, Walk.
Love you too, brother.
And don't forget, we're going to have baseball in just a few minutes here. The Pens and Flyers getting underway. That's going to stay here on S&P. S&P Plus for the Pirates and the Rays. Scan the QR code to help you go to S&P Plus, where the Pirates and Rays will resume next.
Contreras is chewing on the tape.
Yeah, why use a pocket when you could just eat it?
Who knew? Who knew boys of summer need a cup of hot soup bone broth? MIT, is that you?
That looks like the catcher's play all the way.
So Manny was going to make a double play, and in the way was the runner, Arias.
I think it went off his glove and over the wall, and it's a home run for Torrens, who was not sure. That was bizarre.
Te encantan los jugadores. Te encanta el juego.
¡Y se fue!
Ahora puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas, jerseys autografiados y más, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores agregados toda la temporada. Cada artículo es autenticado por MLB para asegurar que lo que llega directamente a tu hogar es original. ¿Quieres una parte del juego? Visita auctions.mlb.com.
The MLB app. Yeah, it's got game. This game. These games. All the games. Pre-game, post-game, and everything in between. This is baseball your way. With real-time stats, scores, breaking news, and custom content that hits every time. Because you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow. So when they catch it on the field, you catch it on the app.
Dives, gloves, pops, and throws him out.
He's had himself a really good game defensively.
He leaps up. And he made the catch. Went over the fence.
A terrific play by Cody Bellinger.
The left fielder for Meade will save the play.
Somehow found that in his glove, and he flipped it to Altuve.
McCullers just saved his own life.
On comes Lucas to make a fine sliding catch.
Freeland twirls and fires the turn. That's two. Tyler Freeman has to slide and make the catch. Here comes Tatis, and he is out at the plate. Ryan Kreidler in his Twins debut makes a wonderful defensive play.
And right by the railing, he makes the catch, a step down.
And the smoke to short, caught by Ellie De La Cruz.
Racing in and making a sliding catch is Ham Smith.
And off the mound walk, a bare hand flip to first for the out.
Harper comes sprinting in. He makes the sliding catch.
Thanks for hanging in there with us. We're moments away from baseball again. Maybe about 7:05 is what they're thinking for the resumption of this game. The Pirates and the Rays, with the Pirates leading 4-0. Rains came in the bottom of the fourth inning. After two were out, Spencer Horwitz had a strike on him, and that's where we'll end up starting when we resume, which should be shortly, and on a day where earlier today, Paul Skenes starting this game on his bobblehead day, and assuming he's done, and it's been a long rain delay, probably so. 4 innings for Skenes. He did not allow a run, did not walk a batter, and continues to dominate the opponents. Got a little help, though, at one point with a kind of a weird rule that could take place, and but otherwise was utterly dominant, as Skenes typically is. Coming through on this interference call on Richie Palacios, the base runner, so that kept Fraley from scoring, but otherwise he was just his old self.
Caught a little break right there in that spot, and then Paul, in a 3-2 count with the bases loaded, comes probably with the biggest pitch of the night, and then is able to get that ground out, and then he's been on cruise control since then. And unfortunately, we're most likely not going to see him for the rest of the evening. He probably had 2 more innings in him. But he leads with a 4-0 lead, and hopefully this bullpen can do a good job of locking this thing down.
And got some run support as he's been getting all year. How about this? Right after a 2-out walk, Ryan O'Hearn with a 2-run home run. The wind was blowing straight in from right field at the time, too, so he muscled one out of here to give the Pirates the lead. And we're in the bottom of the fourth inning right now. How about Marcell Ozuna?
We've seen Marcell Ozuna get hot during this homestand. 7 RBIs, and this his second home run in 3 days. We knew it was going to come, Joe. We knew it was going to come, but we're happy to see it. And boy, it's lengthening this lineup out even more. As you take a look at Ryan O'Hearn getting himself back and ready for this game.
Yeah, and those 2 home runs coming off Drew Rasmussen, the starter of the Rays, a guy who has been really tough to hit. He'd given up 1 hit, a single, to a righty all year. The lefty O'Hearn homers off from the righty. Ozuna homers off him. And for Donnie Kelly, trying to piece it back together. The bullpen a little bit battered, been used often. So they've got some guys that are healthy and ready to go for tonight. But as it were, that's how it always goes, right?
Yep.
Play some extra inning games, and then you got a rain delay, and you got to substitute in. But the same thing goes on the Rays side too. So it looks like Mason Englert might be the pitcher for the Rays when we resume with the Pirates at the bat, and that's coming up in less than 10 minutes. And then Cam Sanders is the new reliever that was brought up yesterday. Jose Urquidy was optioned, and so Sanders fresh and available down in that bullpen for the Pirates as well. So it'll be a bullpen game the rest of the way, it looks like, but the Pirates have built a 4-0 lead at this stage. And by winning 5-1 last night, have a chance to secure the series if they hold on to this lead throughout the rest of the night. We'll take one more break and come back and have baseball for you here from PNC Park. Thanks for sticking with us. Pirates, the rain delay almost over.
On the field. Skunk City.
Oh, nobody is going near it. Look at that.
Killer skunk.
Going into the dugout. That'll empty that dugout in a hurry. Look at him go. Oh, the cameraman. Oh, the cameraman to go.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back, bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grid, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
The captain, Derek Sanderson Jeter, is one of the winningest players in Major League history. He was wearing these very batting gloves when he notched one of those most memorable hits, the 3,000th of his career.
Are we supposed to spit in them like they do the batting gloves?
No spitting. This is a non-spitting museum.
He's just the second player in history whose 3,000th hit was a home run. The first was a former teammate from the Yankees' 1996 World Series championship team. But before he began his Cooperstown-bound career, Bonds would cross paths with another future Hall of Famer. September 6, 1995, the Iron Man played his 2,000th 131st consecutive game, surpassing the unbreakable record of the Iron Horse.
Now that's how you pass the torch. Go to baseballhall.org to plan your visit to the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, New York, and catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv.
Pirates baseball on SNP is presented by AHN, official medical provider of your Pittsburgh Pirates, and by RE/MAX Select Realty. Get seen, get sold. Still a little light rain here, but shouldn't be anything heavy the rest of the night as we're set to resume shortly. Pirates have a 4-0 lead here in the 4th inning. A couple of 2-run home runs following walks. There's Skenes, who is currently the Pirates pitcher, but with a more than 2-hour rain delay, I don't think he'll be permitted to continue. You never see that with anybody.
Yeah, his day's done, but he did a terrific job while he was in here. Relievers are just going to have to cover him the rest of the way.
Yep, just wasn't in the cards for Skenes here tonight. And an appreciable segue time to stack the deck. That's presented by Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, and this is our featured card today. Brandon Lau's 25 Topps Heritage Chrome Parallel, modeled after the 77 Topps. That's not even on the card. I just know that.
You know that.
Yeah. There you go. Although the backs show like the 76 Topps.
Vintage, right?
There you go. Yeah. So
it's a great card.
Yeah. But I like it. It's got that retro look to it and a little shine to it. And then we don't have any Pirate cards of Brandon Lau just yet, but playing against the Rays tonight, the Pirates are. So there you go. There's a Brandon Lau card. And you're going to want to hold on to those the way that he's been playing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep this card and go get it signed and put it in my collection. I like getting some of these cards, but against this old team.
How about that insurance number right there?
Huge.
That was in the 8th inning last night to make it go from 3-1 to 5-1. And as it were, you know, Santana pitching the 3rd day in a row, put a couple men on in the 9th inning, and you know, it's not the go-ahead run that comes up. The tying run was still on deck. And Brandon Lau, drafted by the Rays and came up through the system. He hit so well at Maryland, at the University of Maryland. He was a big hitter for average. And then some people that he would work with, hitting instructors, they said, hey, this is not going to work in the major leagues. You've got to retool your swing in the minor leagues. And I said, well, wait, I've hit everywhere I've gone. What do you mean? He said, and they said, just trust us. You need to break this all down and start over. And so he did early in professional baseball.
Wow.
So that he could play this style of baseball, meaning, you know, hit for some more power as well. And look at what he's done in his career. There's been no second baseman better per at bat at hitting a home run in baseball history than Brandon Lau.
Yeah, it is remarkable the leverage that he's able to get out of his smaller frame.
Paul Skenes on his bobblehead day, by the way.
Paul Skenes vibing out down there. Look at it.
Yeah. Real live bobblehead. Amazing. So it does look like Cam Sanders is going to be coming in for Skenes when the Rays bat in the 5th inning. Pirates are still at bat here with 2 outs and nobody on after Ozuna homered earlier this inning. What did it feel like in these rain delays when you'd go back out and play? It's almost like 2 separate games, right?
You try not to get too comfortable if you had a good idea that you were going to be in an hour and a half or 2 hour delay. So like, you know, you of course weren't in there riding the bike and getting any more tired, but you tried not to like sit on a couch or a recliner and fall asleep. So you tried to keep moving a little bit, make sure you were having some conversations, go, you know, grab maybe a little bit something to eat and just be ready, because for the most part they you know, when they tell you, hey, game's going to start at 7:05, they probably are telling them at 6:45, right? You don't have a ton of time to get ready, so you try not to get too comfortable.
But also, like you said, you can't be going full sprint for more than 2 hours is what this rain delay is going to end up being. But they're going to, I think they've handled this very well. Remember, they started the game early in anticipation of the rain, didn't know exactly when it was going to come, hopefully in the middle portion of the game rather than too early in the game. And then they're going to start playing again, and it's raining here, but it's a light rain, and it might be some light rain on and off the rest of the way, and then that should be it for the night. As Mason Englert looks like he'll relieve Drew Rasmussen. So the Pirates get a little bit of a win there too. I know they, you know, the rain delay knocks out Skenes, but the Rays bullpen hasn't been as good as their starters, and few starters have been as good as Drew Rasmussen, even though the Pirates got to him with 4 runs today.
Well, and on that same note, we've scored 4 runs, right? But it's come on 2 hits. So Rasmussen outside of those 2 long balls, has been doing a nice job, as DeMar Hamlin is in attendance this evening.
Oh, we're so grateful to have him here tonight. Great to see him resuming his NFL career and just be healthy. And so Horwitz is going to face 2 different pitchers in 1 at bat, technically, as Mason Englert will come on.
There's those numbers for Englert. 8th game for him, 9 2/3, 7 strikeouts to go along with 2 walks.
And so he'll pick up for Rasmussen. Like you said, only gave up 2 hits, but they were both long balls following walks. He had only walked 1 all year. He walked 2 today, and both came around to score. In fact, all 4 Pirates base runners have scored. So no matter what happens in this at bat, this will be charged to Englert. So Rasmussen's line is complete. 3 2/3, 4 runs off a guy whose lifetime ERA is under 3. So the Pirates hitters really did a whale of a job against Rasmussen in this game here tonight. And they see if they can add on against this Rays bullpen, make it 2 straight wins.
And Englert, he's going to be featuring a 4-seam changeup and curveball, pretty much to the lefties, and a changeup, 2-seam cutter mainly to the right-handers. Not certain if we'll see him for more than 1 inning, but it looks like, looking at his numbers, it looks like he has gone more than 1 inning at a time.
Adrian Johnson back behind the plate. We're about ready to resume. Nothing in 1 count on Spencer Horwitz. And back to baseball. Delay of 2 hours and 27 minutes. Still fighting the raindrops. Was it hard to hit in the rain, or it didn't matter to you?
As long as it wasn't really coming down, it didn't really affect much. I always got nervous that my barrel would get wet, and so if it were raining, I'd try to dry that off as much as I could. But for the most part, you got a little bit of pine tar on your gloves. As you see that pine tar in the middle of Spencer Horwitz's bat.
Got to get the raindrops off his brim of his helmet.
Yeah, that can be a little annoying.
That's why he's shaking his head like that. And we'll hang in on that changeup from Englert. How about that grab?
Hey, nice grab.
Way to stick around too. You wait through the 2.5 hour rain delay and
how great is that?
Earn that foul ball. And a great memory. Horwitz with a good battle here. Worked the count full.
Well, of note, the Rays have no ABS challenges available to them the rest of the game. Pirates have 1.
Forgot about that. Yeah, so that could play a factor as we go forward. What a walk there, a 9-pitch at bat.
Only took him 2+ hours.
It's the longest at bat of the season. How about you playing in the rain? Yeah, there you go.
I should remember this one. I think that was against the Blue Jays, 2014. Hit this one just off that right field wall. Didn't have enough to get it out though, Joe.
It looks like you did.
I know. I thought I did. The rain knocked it down.
You could have told us that you hit it in the river. I would never have known. So modest.
What's going on here? somebody get thrown out?
Need a new Rosenbag out there with the rain here. All right, let's watch the whole thing. Looks like it's pouring out there too.
It was raining pretty good that
day. You were in the same spot Lau did last night.
Well, if that would have gone out, I would have had 150 for my career, but I'll take 149. Who's counting?
Well, you are. That's a lot. Griffin, is this it? Oh, just missed it. He was bidding for his first career home run. Gave it a ride to center. 4-0 Pirates.
How does one of baseball's most celebrated plays connect to one of baseball's most notorious curses? Through a cross-country move, an earthquake, and the Man of Steel? Find out on Hall of Fame Connections.
It was a defensive play so iconic that we simply call it the catch.
This is the glove Willie Mays had when he made that catch. This is great.
But let me touch it for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oakland pitcher Dave Stewart was named the World Series MVP.
It really comes from like the kings of Siam would give their courtiers white elephants, which were sacred animals, and they'd be too expensive again to maintain, would put them into financial ruin.
They need to know this story. That's amazing.
Nobody could steal a base like Ricky.
I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
So imagine making steals in these stuff.
So these are Ty Cobb's
And these
cleats.
are Ty Cobb's.
So what I want to know is, were they ever swabbed for the DNA of opposing pitchers?
Roberts is no stranger to stolen bases himself.
That's what makes it special, is that everybody knew he was going to steal.
Roberts is going. Safe.
You know what they say? One great play deserves another.
Catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv and discover your own connections to the game at baseballhall.org.
Connor Griffin gave it a ride, bidding for his first major league home run. This Pirates pitching change is presented by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
There's those numbers for Cam. Eighth game of the season for him. 7 of those at Indianapolis. 11 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Well, we didn't see Griffin's first major league home run. We could see Cam Sanders' first major league win. With Skenes going 4 innings, it's going to go to the bullpen, so see how it plays out. 2.5-hour rain delay. No starter is going to be asked to continue after that.
Well, when we were talking a little bit off air, we don't necessarily have a guy in the bullpen right now that's probably stretched out more than 35, 40 pitches max. So it'll be interesting to see how Don Kelly navigates this with his bullpen, assuming things go well or as close to planned.
It'll be 3-1 now. Sanders with a half dozen games last year with the Pirates, his first major league action. Father Scott pitched in the major leagues for 7 years in the 90s. It'll be a walk to start.
Now that's one thing that you really do not want to see with the 4-0 lead in the top of the 5th is free passes. And unfortunately, if there's been one knock on the Pittsburgh Pirates on the pitching side of things, it's been the bullpen at times getting a little bit erratic.
Taylor Walls, the number 9 hitter. This is a pretty good Rays lineup They come in top 10 in runs per game. You got the 8-hitter who's known more for his defense, and Walsh, who's actually hit pretty well out of that 9 spot. But your better hitters are coming. I want to put them on via the walk. That slider over. Sanders out of Thibodaux, Louisiana, not too far from New Orleans. And as Neil was detailing earlier, the Rays are out of challenges. Pirates have 1 left for the remainder of this contest. So the Rays can't challenge any balls and strikes unless we go to extra innings. Each team would be afforded 1 if they were out.
Sanders seems to have a little bit better feel for that slider than the fastball right now. Hopefully those 3 sliders in a row get that fastball reset, and he's able to get that to the glove side a little bit better than he's been doing. Just missing away like he did right there with that heater.
The number 8 hitter walked. Now full count on Taylor Walls. Pickoff move. Oh, wow. Feet got stuck in the mud.
That's the catcher on first base. He doesn't run. 0-0 in stolen base category, but you can see a left foot slip a little bit.
A little thicker earth over there. Wall strikes out.
Nice bounce back for Cam Sanders. Threw 4 really good sliders in this sequence to Walls. This one, the best of the bunch, moves the entire width of the plate.
That strikeout presented by Coppers, protecting what matters, preserving the future. So the first out, Speedy Simpson. That's the changeup from Cam Sanders. Always guarding against a bunt. Leads baseball in infield hits last season and this season. It's 2 years in the major leagues.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Jake Mangum, who was on the Rays last year, had an inordinate amount of infield singles as well.
Mangum
right,
is
Joe?
number 2, 1 behind Simpson.
Wow. Well, that kind of tells you they're, quote unquote, maybe not their stars, the type of offensive players it seems that this Rays team really values. These guys that put the ball in play, that can run real well.
Nice changeup from Cam Sanders. Back-to-back strikeouts. That comes in firm.
Good movement to it too. You mentioned the velocity, right around 90 miles an hour. This thing just takes off. Sure, it looked like it was middle away and it was going to stay on the plate, and it just dives out away from the left-hander.
Here's a big home run hitter, Caminero. Down the line. It'll be extra bases. Fiducia does not run well, but they'll send him. Griffin with the relay in the wet grass. And that water came up.
You see that?
On that relay throw from deep left by Reynolds. It's an RBI double for Caminero.
Yeah, I don't think Connor Griffin would have had a chance to relay this unless it was just a perfect throw. As you see, the slider just kind of sits in the middle of the plate. But unfortunately, that's exactly where the ground screw dumps the water from the tarp. Watch this. Oh, we didn't get a look at it, but splashed up pretty good. And even the not so fleet-footed Fiducia is able to score all the way from first.
Yeah, with 2 outs, move on the crack of the bat. Those extra steps helped. The relay skipped in there. He had to throw it from the wall.
Yeah, take a look. Watch this ball bounce. Hydroplanes, really. Tough to get a good throw off.
Yeah, it looked like he was already arriving as the ball was anyway. And finding a hole, base hit with 2 outs. Caminero is going to ramble home. And that ball gets stuck in that wet grass out in center field and just dies out there. So Aranda has an RBI.
2-out hitting. This is a really good piece of hitting right here from Aranda. Takes that changeup and just shoots it through the 6-hole. Connor Griffin playing way up the middle, so no chance to even knock this down.
The Pirates are baseball's leader in opposite field hits, and the Rays are right up there with them. Caminero didn't look like he was running very good right there. I think he was just easing up, I hope, for his sake.
May have had too much to eat during the rain layers.
Might be dollar dog night back in the Rays clubhouse. We'll let you know when Bill Murphy gets to the mound. And in the meanwhile, here's a message from Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Get the guaranteed lowest mattress prices for life at Levin.
So a message here for Cam Sanders as well. Back-to-back 2-out hits by the Rays. And they have cut their deficit in half here in the 5th inning off Cam Sanders.
Well, it's no surprise this Tampa Bay team is not going anywhere.
So they got the most consistent hitter at the plate. Yandy Diaz entered the day leading the American League in batting average. Skenes struck him out in the 3rd. That was the first time he struck out in a week. Aranda has never stolen a base in the major leagues. Finding that hole the other way. And you really got to charge that ball in the outfield, I would think, with all that rain. And O'Hearn did that right there.
Just a fastball catches too much plate.
He's been doing that for years, Yandy Diaz. Well, 3 straight 2-out hits. 2 runs are in for the Rays. And with the 2.5-hour rain delay, Pirates bullpen, and the Rays for that matter, it's going to be up to them. So right after the mound visit now, Henry Davis comes out. And that's going to be it for Cam Sanders. This is his 2nd mound visit, so that's it. So Sanders done after 2/3. The runners are his. Evan Sisk, the lefty, is coming on.
Out to the gap again. Raley adjusting on the warning track. Jumps and Luke Raley makes the catch up against the wall. Jackson with a fly ball to deep left field. It's going. It's gone. Royals scored 7 runs. Oh, Jeremiah Jackson goes deep again.
He doesn't want to look back. He just wants to stay positive and keep it simple, Chet.
He just did it. Another homer. Line drive bullet from Jordan Walker, his 8th.
That ball tagged out toward left. Way back. Mike Trout has tied it. Trout sends one deep into the night. He's done it again.
And he has a home run here tonight. See ya. Oh, go that way. Deep to left. See ya. There's your answer.
And Nimmo cracks one out to right center field. Back to the warning track. Takes a look, and it's out of here.
15th of his career, and he slams this one to deep right field. Back goes Cruz, back to the wall, and it's out of here. A grand slam for Brandon Nimmo. And Brandon pulls one over the bag. That's going to go down the line. It hits the jutting stands. Alonso is in. Winker will score. Brandon Nimmo with a 9 RBI day.
So Sanders is out with the string of lefties coming up. They're going to go to Sisk. And The 2 runners are his responsibility right now. You think about it, not too many pitchers are wearing glasses, and it's raining.
I'm sure it's humid. I'm sure those things are fogging up a little bit on him.
So Fraley will not bat here. The lefty hitter will be pinch hit for it.
And there's the Valvoline numbers for Evan. 3rd game up here. 2 1/3. 3.86 ERA, 4 strikeouts.
Johnny DeLuca pinch hitting. Two on for the Rays and 2 in here in the 5th. Sisk began the year in the minor leagues. Called up just the other day. Toward the notch. Reynolds can't get there. Splits 2 and scores 2. Just like that, the lead is gone. Johnny DeLuca with a pinch hit 2-run double.
Well, Kevin Cash pressing all the right buttons right here. With DeLuca getting at bat, it splits that left center field gap. Look at how split they were in between left and center. Brian Reynolds and O'Neill Cruz, not a shot for anybody.
Those 4 runs will go on the ledger of Sanders in his season debut. Shows you how good Skenes is. This Rays offense. And in last night with Chandler and company holding the Rays to 1 run. They get 4 here. They didn't lay on the couch during the rain delay. Down the line, this ball will go foul. Cedric Mullins down 2 strikes. A 4-run 5th inning for Tampa Bay. And with the runner going, DeLuca's going to score. He was running on the pitch. He's in easily. Cedric Mullins gives the Rays the lead.
Another grindy at bat by the Tampa Bay Rays. Now this is going to be the 9th batter they send to the plate this inning. Actually a pretty good piece of hitting by Cedric Mullins. With Brandon Lau playing in that 4-hole. Not sure why DeLuca took off right there, but nonetheless it worked out for him.
Yeah, with 2 outs, you don't see an advantage to get to 3rd. And it ended up working out. And so now the Rays will have batted around as Ben Williamson is going to bat for the lefty Palacios here. A lot of platoon situations. Williamson played last night. Well, the Pirates in the first half of this game before the rain delay were up 4-0, and now the Rays have scored 5 as soon as they get to bat after the rain delay. Tampa Bay has Ian Seymour getting loose. Now the Rays came into this series with the 5th highest bullpen ERA in baseball. There goes Mullins. He is meat.
Another laser. Wow. Another laser from Henry Davis.
He's already thrown out 4 runners trying to steal this season. That's the most in the league.
Perfect.
Got him on the oven mitt. 5-4 Tampa Bay.
The MLB app. Yeah, it's got game. This game, these games, all the games. Pre-game, post-game, and everything in between. This is baseball your way, with real-time stats, scores, breaking news, and custom content that hits every time. Because you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow. So when they catch it on the field, you catch it on the app.
Out to the gap again. Raley adjusting on the warning track, jumps, and Luke Raley makes the catch up against the wall. Jackson with a fly ball to deep left field. It's going. It's gone. Royals scored 7 runs. Oh, Jeremiah Jackson goes deep again.
He doesn't want to look back. He just wants to stay positive and keep it simple, Chet.
He just did it. Another homer. Line drive bullet from Jordan Walker, his 8th. That ball tagged out toward left. Way back. Mike Trout has tied it. Trout sends one deep into the night. He's done it again.
And he has a home run here tonight. See ya. Oh, go that way. Deep to left. See ya. There's your answer.
Henry Davis coming up, and he does it again behind the plate, throwing out another attempted base stealer.
And the pop time was 1.84, which is elite. That's one way to get out of a tough inning. Now he gets an opportunity to see if he can get us back into a tie ball game or start a rally.
And after the 2 pinch hitters last inning, Johnny DeLuca will stay in the game and play right field. And then Palacios was pinch hit for Ben Williamson, who will substitute for him at second. Davis popped out his only time. Englert came on after the resumption for Drew Rasmussen, who gave up 4 runs on a couple of 2-run home runs to O'Hearn and Ozuna. And Griffin narrowly missed one off Englert last inning. I thought it was going to go out because there was a walk preceding it.
That was close.
In
Seymour, yeah, still getting going down there.
Probably for the lefties coming up with Cruz and Lau next. Of little concern to Cruz. He's just crushed left-handed pitching this year. 3-2. A 5-run top half of this inning for Tampa Bay, erasing the Pirates' 4-run lead. Still only halfway through, plenty of time. Humpback ladder. Davis is erased, starting the 5th. And yeah, they want a lefty for Cruz, who came into the 7th highest OPS against left-handed pitching in all of baseball, not just lefty batters, everybody. That's the move here. Seymour coming up.
The MLB app. Yeah, it's got game. This game, these games, all the games. Pre-game, post-game, and everything in between. This is baseball your way, with real-time stats, scores, breaking news, and custom content that hits every time. Because you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow. So when they catch it on the field, you catch it on the app.
They flip with the glove. That was not a good idea.
All he needed to do was try to get the lead guy by giving him a nice easy feed.
No, stay on your feet. No. I thought he was going to stay on his feet.
Uh-oh. The Goose did not know that the game was starting.
Maybe the Goose thought it was 6:45 first pitch time.
Oh, man, off the glove and off the dome. He's saying, oh, man, what happened? It's a moment that he'll never forget, and that'll be on the blooper everywhere.
Fifth inning, and it's time now for our Penn West University Educating You. And it was telling you about how O'Neill Cruz has hit lefties so well this year, 7th in all of baseball in OPS against lefties, 7th highest. He's already hit 3 home runs off lefties this year. He hit 1 all of last year. That was off Tyler Anderson, the former Pirate, in April of a year ago. So what a great turnaround for Cruz against lefties.
When you mentioned this Rays bullpen having some issues keeping runs off the board, well, let's hope that trend continues.
Seymour is their only lefty reliever, so Kevin Cash goes with him here in the 5th. Then the switch hitter Reynolds, then the lefty O'Hearn, and the ball again scalded off the lefty by Cruz. I mean, he has just torched left-handed pitching this year, all because of the work he did over the winter.
So
Terrific.
Impressive. It didn't even look like he got this ball very well, Joe. I was looking for the right fielder to track this down. Looked like he might have jammed himself a tiny bit, but he's so strong.
He is one of the best hitters in all of baseball against left-handed pitching. But last year he hit 102 against lefties, so Kevin Cash thinking, well, maybe he'll regress to the mean as they try to pick him up. That was hit 105 off the bat. Now Lau. Let's check in with Hannah.
Joe, it would be a good time for Brandon Lau to set the fireworks off for real right now. Last night, if you remember, he hit that ground roll double. Someone accidentally set the fireworks off, and he turned and had to ask somebody, hey, did I hit a homer? He didn't want to look silly running around the bases, but he said, shout out to the fireworks guy. If he thinks he hits a homer every time he hits a ball, then heck yeah, be quick to that trigger hitting the fireworks.
Well, I was at home last night watching in the 8th inning. I thought he hit that home run.
I did too.
It hit right in the staircase area.
Well, to be fair, he's hit so many home runs already this year. We're just assuming when the ball leaves his bat and it goes in the air, there's a chance it's going to find the seats.
It does a lot more than any other second baseman per at bat in baseball history. And think about the upgrade offensively that the Pirates have made at second base. Last year, their second baseman, everybody that ever played second base the whole year, hit 8 home runs. Lau has 7. And the lefty Seymour able to strike him out. Now 2 outs.
Left on left changeup. You don't see this a ton. When it's in that spot right there, it's extremely effective. These lefties don't see it all that often.
Reynolds, a switch hitter. What's the advantage of switch hitting?
Well, more than anything, it doesn't eliminate the slider. It eliminates the slider going away from you. It doesn't really eliminate many other pitches, but typically switch hitters get pitched a little bit more like that. Fastball in, change up away, trying to get you to pick one side of the plate or the other. And it's just easier to hit breaking balls coming into you than it is going away from you. You're seeing less and less switch hitters around the league, I can tell you that.
Walls has the final out. Pirates threaten but do not score. It's still 5-4 Tampa Bay.
His first pitch of the day. Ohtani is all over it. A towering shot in the air to right, and it is gone.
Back-to-back days for Ohtani with leadoff home runs.
And he hits another high fly ball to left. That one's deep. That one's back. That one is gone. Walker, 6 homers in his last 8 games.
Jose Soriano will leave this start as the major league leader in strikeouts. He now has 31 in his first 4 starts.
Harris back at the warning track. Leaps up, and he makes the catch.
He just took away a home run.
This is way back, and goodbye. His second home run. Back up the middle, caught by Terang. He's emerging as one of the great players in the game right now. Already a special talent defensively, but he's added the homers, the offense.
With 3 hits here tonight. And the 2-0 pitch, he's not done. High and deep to left center field. Back it goes, and this one is gone. Byron Buxton, a 4-hit night, a 2-homer night, 6-0 here at Target Field.
I'll tell you, he can get hot with the best of them, and that was a no-doubter.
That didn't make it to the home run deck. I believe that hit off the ribbon board right in front of it.
438 feet for Byron, 108 off the bat.
The finale for you beginning at 12:30 p.m. We'll come on the air and tell you about Shane McClanahan going for the Rays, Mitch Keller going for the Pirates. Will it decide the series, or will the Pirates be bidding for a sweep? This one will determine that. Keller outstanding in those first 3 starts. Rare hiccup for him last time around. He'll get back on track tomorrow. And McClanahan really interesting because prior to the injury, he missed the last 2 years with 2 separate injuries, and he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. So should be a good pitching matchup tomorrow. Williamson was pinch hitting when Mullins was caught stealing. Then stayed in the game to play second. Once in a while you see a guy get pinch hit, and then you're going to put somebody else in for him.
Doesn't even get it at bat.
Yeah, like a catcher, for instance, if a catcher gets pinch hit for, and then they bring in the other catcher. Well, what if you get caught stealing?
I mean, it is kind of rare that you even see stolen base attempts in situations like that. But you know, obviously they had plans for him to stay in the game. But you know, what if we bring a right-hander in that's to face him now? Obviously, he's most likely going to get the at bat, but that kind of defeats the purpose. But Kevin Cash pushing all the right buttons to this point, though.
Yeah, the Rays had 5 straight 2-out hits in that 5th inning. There's a walk, strikeout, strikeout. Didn't seem like there was going to be much. Pirates had a 4-0 lead. And the Rays erased it and took a lead of their own. Sisk with the strikeout.
Well, no challenges available whether you thought this was a strike or not. Looks like it was.
So Fiducia will be lifted for Nick Fortes here.
He's emptying the tank, Kevin Cash is. 3rd pitch hitter we've seen in the last 2 innings.
Better hitter, Fortes, but Pirates may have an easier time with the running game. But down a run, see how they play it. Sisk came to the Pirates last year from the Kansas City organization in that trade that sent Bailey Falter to the Royals. Ball to strike, or close enough to strike zone. Again, more challenges. Sisk was drafted by the Cardinals and was traded for Jay Happ. Then to the Twins, and then from the Twins he was traded to the Royals for Michael A. Taylor, another former Pirate. Fair ball right along the line. Fortes, the pinch hitter, will be held to a single. Reynolds gets that ball in quickly. And you know that first base coach right there, Corey Dickerson, loves that. Reynolds credits Corey Dickerson for teaching him as a young player, hey, you got to get that ball in right away.
Yeah, Fortes does not run very well. I thought he should have had a good chance of getting second. Look how far Brian Reynolds has to go to get this in.
You know Corey's smiling about that. Two overlapped in the 2019 season for a couple of months. First year coaching for the Rays, Corey Dickerson, one of our favorites when he was here. Walls has struck out twice, facing a third different pitcher now. Rays out hitting the Pirates 9-3. Two of the Pirates' home runs have been two-run homers. Looks like it's outside, ends up just over the plate, I think. Let's check back in with Hannah.
Well, Joe, you guys had just mentioned Corey Dickerson. I asked him what it's been like to be back here in Pittsburgh, and he said with a smile on his face, pretty cool. He actually got to walk around the stadium a bit yesterday, took photos in the outfield with his family as well, and said, crazy how fast time goes, but he always appreciated the fans in left field and their support, so he spent some time thanking some people out there yesterday as well.
I won the Gold Glove here. When the Pirates acquired him, he was the DH at Tampa Bay, and kind of took it as a personal affront. That, remember, there was a pitcher batted in the National League at that time. So, all right, well, he can't be a DH here. You got to play the field, and he just went out and won the Gold Glove in 18. Well, the Rays did it to themselves. They're out of ABS challenges, and that's what Adrian Johnson's telling them right now. This is 2025 all over again, Taylor Walls. Remember when he tapped his helmet?
Oh man. Well, if you're a Pirate pitcher, you have a spot that you know Adrian Johnson is calling right now, and that's just off the plate to the righties.
Walls did that last year, where it was a way for him to complain that the strike call was not a strike, and he tapped his helmet before it was a rule last year. He got ejected for it, and then, as it were, he gets caught looking here.
I didn't see that. That's really funny.
On a pitch that wasn't a ball, but he can't do anything about it now. Thick irony. Well, Sisk has rebounded a little bit here after not retiring a batter in the 5th. Struck out 2 looking here in the 6th. Will pop up. Griffin calling for it, and Sisk a scoreless 6th. Say that 3 times fast.
Te encantan los jugadores. Te encanta el juego.
¡Y se fue!
Ahora puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas, jerseys autografiados y más, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores agregados toda la temporada. Cada artículo es autenticado por MLB para asegurar que lo que llega directamente a tu hogar es original. ¿Quieres una parte del juego? Visita auctions.mlb.com.
To be in, the middle of New York to display a card like this is really such a big part of the Fanatics mission. We think about how do we create new experiences. Now we get the opportunity to put incredible Holy Grail cards in front of tens of thousands, if not millions of new people. It's not just about collectors today, but also about how do we bring new collectors into the space as well. It's really what we do it all for.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back, bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grid, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play, only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
You can stream Pirates games at home or on the go with SNP 360. Just go to getsnp360.com or scan the QR code. Log in with your current provider and get direct access to live Pirates games, plus all the Pittsburgh sports content you love. We'll see more of Ian here in the 6th, and Nick Fortes will catch him after pinch hitting in the top half. O'Hearn has homered tonight. That was this afternoon.
He's been right in the middle of both the 2-run first and the 2-run fourth for the Pirates.
Tried to connect on that sweeper that ended up more out over the plate. It looks like it's going to hit him at first, doesn't it?
It's kind of a funky delivery from Ian Seymour.
Getting inside on the lefty. Second round pick of the Rays in 2020 out of Virginia Tech. And he strikes out O'Hearn to start the 6th inning.
Another left on left changeup right here. Got Lau with one last inning. Now gets O'Hearn. As I said, lefties, they don't see a ton of left on left changeups, especially with 2 strikes.
Ozuna has homered tonight. He's 8 out of 18 on the homestand. A couple of homers, 7 RBIs. Hard hit off Seymour and through.
Make that 9 hits on the homestand.
And he's seeing it real well right now.
Yep, stays on that changeup, just tries to hit it to the big part of the field. Catches a little bit of a break. This was going right toward second baseman Williamson.
He's no Stuart Skinner.
Kick save.
That got past him, yeah. York. High and deep to center, but Mullins with room. That was the best swing we've seen from York in a little while.
That was loud off the bat. And that's about the 3rd time in this homestand that we've seen Nick York hit a ball to center, right center, and just has not gotten all of it on those. But nonetheless, barrels it up, just hit it a little too high.
Got some righties coming up after Horwitz. Kevin Kelly warming. Horwitz batted on both sides of the rain delay. Play stopped after the first pitch flew to him from Rasmussen. Almost a 2.5-hour rain delay tonight. Still has some remnants on that helmet. Stuck to the pine tar. Pirates have Lawrence up, and now Johan Ramirez just starting to toss. make sure we're saying hello to Randy France of Hillsdale, tuned in here tonight. Longtime Pirates fan, watches almost every Pirates game. Now 2-2. Two and two on Horwitz. Goes with the fastball upstairs. The Pirates still down 1.
Diving catch. Cole Young taking a hit away. Leaps up at the top of the fence, and he makes the catch. The sweet relief of defensive redemption. Tagging and going to third is Dominic Smith. Here comes a throw. Got him! All the way to the wall, and Trout makes the catch at the top of the fence. Gorman, nice pick. 360 spin. How about that play?
Well, you talk about good defense right there.
And Schneemann caught it. Schneemann was right there to clean it up. That's lined into right field, and Shaw makes a tumbling catch.
Orange Butler at the wall, finally able to rob a hit.
Diving stop, Miguel Rojas, no way. Sliding play by Turner, gets to his feet, throws in time. What a play by Trey. Jeremiah Jackson makes a terrific running catch. Up the middle, and he's got it. Justin Robleski pitching the game of his life here.
Five to 4 Tampa Bay on the UPMC scoreboard. Pirates baseball is presented by UPMC, the official healthcare provider of sports coverage on SNP. Evan Sisk came on in the 5th inning.
Well, they're going to see how much more they can squeeze out of Sisk.
Well, Santana's down today. Donnie Kelly said that for the game today. He's pitched 3 in a row. Question is Montgomery and Soto. Montgomery's 3 out of 4. Soto's 2 out of 3. Maybe in a safe situation for Soto. Who knows? We saw Ramirez and Lawrence up, and then Matson might be able to be used tonight. Skenes with the first 4, and then we had a 2.5-hour rain delay. Nothing you can do about that.
Paul playing pseudo pitching coach. Bill Murphy there.
Oh, he's always involved. Starters are always talking, exchanging ideas.
I think you might be right, Joe. Caminero shaking his leg the last couple pitches. I wonder if he's got something going on.
When he scored from second, that last 50, 60 feet, he was barely running.
He kicked it.
He hit it in fair territory. He's out. Yep.
I don't know what he's complaining about.
He hit a batted ball in fair territory out of the batter's box. Now, this is odd tonight. All the different ways that they've made an out.
Bizarre.
We've seen interference. Go 2 unassisted for Caminero.
That's the easiest put out Henry Davis is ever going to get.
Yeah, closest fielder. So we've had catcher's interference. We've had runners interference, and we've had batters interference.
The triple whammy.
So once it's he's out of the batter's box, he cannot make contact with a batted ball in fair territory. Did you see that?
He sure did.
Adrian Johnson was all over it. Rondo with that RBI single last time around. That was against Cam Sanders. He came on after the delay. Had 2 outs and then 3 straight hits by the Rays. And then when Sis came on, 2 more. A little flare. And Rondo's on. His second hit tonight. This will be the 9th hitter that Sisk has faced. Rondo's never stolen a base in the major leagues. Well, it will not be a batter that he faces.
Looks like it's going to be Justin Lawrence out of the Pirates' pen. Trying to keep this game right where it's at.
So Sisk gives him parts of 3 innings to get the Pirates to the 7th inning, where it remains 5-4 Tampa Bay.
Canzone, deep blast. You can't forget about it. Dom Canzone strikes twice on opening night.
Yeah, just an easy 109 exit off the bat from Dom Canzone. 93 down and in. Crushes this ball, same spot, right center.
Multi-homer game for Canzone. A 1-run game now at the bottom of the 7th. Left relying on the home run ball, huh?
I think style, it's a very complicated thing.
Custom cleats came when I earned the rights to wear custom cleats.
So I think without going out and being loud and saying this is who I am or whatever, you can just kind of wear a certain shoe or a glove or a batting glove or whatever and kind of show who you are.
Pirates baseball on S&P is presented by UPMC, the official healthcare provider of sports coverage on S&P, and by Barrel Automotive, driven to be better.
Lots of cones in attendance tonight.
Will they be hoisting it tonight?
Unfortunately, the rain shooed away a good amount of people here, but it was beautiful for a while. And here's the Valvoline instant oil change numbers for Justin Lawrence, his 10th game. Still looking to get back on track. 8 1/3, 8.64 ERA, and 12 strikeouts.
As we saw last year, I mean, he could just be unhittable by righties, especially. And when you need a ground ball, able to give you one. I mean, that when he's at his best, that's what he is. That ball running away from you as a righty. Big sweeper. And a little bit different arm angle too, right?
Very different. I mean, this is, especially from the righty vantage point, this is very difficult arm angle to figure out if you haven't faced him, especially where the ball is going to end up and how to pick it up out of his hand.
And he's no soft tosser.
And he's throwing extremely hard. If I remember correctly, last year we may have seen him top out at about 95, maybe 96, but for the most part, it was 93, 94 mile an hour sinkers that were really taking off into the righties. It seems to me now that he's thrown a little bit harder that the ball's not quite moving as much. And you hate to nitpick on a guy throwing 98 from that arm angle, but you wonder if that has played a little bit into some of the early season struggles for him.
What was the old adage about a sinker baller? You know, they did better as their arm tired. How about 97 in the zone there, though? When you get in the zone at 97 coming from the side like that, you don't see DI strike out that often.
Made him look silly right here.
I mean, he's way late on that. This is a guy that's never struck out 100 times in a season with all the power that he's had. And maybe this is the outing that gets him back on track. A little bit off the mark to DeLuca, who had that 2-run double pinch hitting in the 5th. That tied the game.
Yeah, that was a big swing of the bat by Johnny DeLuca, coming cold off the bench. Essentially sitting around for about 4 hours until he got his at bat. He comes through big time for with that double to the left center field gap.
And he'll poke that one in right field. Rondo will advance the station. So a 2-for-2 night for DeLuca. He was part of the return for Tyler Glasnow when he got traded to the Dodgers. How do you hit 98 up and in like that?
Man.
That's, I guess you got to do it that way.
Really good job of pulling his hands in on this one. Not trying to do too much, not trying to pull it. Almost a protection type swing. It gets to it and just shoots to right field.
Yeah, the Rays giving the Pirates a taste of their own medicine in a lot of ways, hitting the ball the opposite way, keeping the line moving, that kind of style of offense tonight. Pirates have been so good at that in a lot of games this year. There's the Rays, who have 11 hits. Two on for Lawrence. Lead runner, the responsibility of Sisk, way late on 96. Boy, that's really sneaking up on guys. Mullins had an RBI single to put the Rays ahead in the 5th inning. Rays look like they would go with Biggie next. He's gotten off to a really good start. Skied in foul ground. And York navigating the tarp to get the foul out.
Rays now chasing a 2-1 deficit as Johnny DeLuca comes up.
Hey, there's a shot. Well tagged off the bat of DeLuca. That baby is gone. And the Rays tie this on one swing of the bat from Johnny DeLuca. A rocket shot. It sounded good, looked even better.
That cleared the bullpen and went up into the second deck.
438 feet. Longest shot for DeLuca in his career.
Not a smidge of doubt. That ball was absolutely mashed.
On the mound for the Marlins, it is Yuri Perez. The 22-year-old won't turn 23 until April 15th, and last season had a 4.25 ERA. Those numbers are very deceiving because he had a really strong finish. Perez has got him 0-2. See ya.
That's the old good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and all on heaters. When you got it going, stay with it.
3-2 right there, called strike 3.
The four-seamer, which he'll throw probably over 50% of the time.
Nobody on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch from Perez to Rumfield. Called strike 3. Look at the emotion from Yuri Perez in his season debut. Yuri got him with a fastball. He gets the approval of Sandy Alcantara. 7 innings for Perez.
Yeah, and it's really amazing when you say he's still just 22 years old.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
5-4 Tampa Bay. Last half of the 7th coming up. Pirates trying to get back in the lead. Hunter Biggie will come on for Tampa Bay.
Nice numbers for Biggie. Really nice ERA, 1.69 ERA. Only 2 strikeouts, just 5 1/3. He's getting guys out. Averaging 96.6 on the fastball. Has not given up a hit to a right-handed batter this season.
Yet. Connor Griffin took one to the wall his last time up. Seymour goes an inning and 2/3. Scoreless ball for Tampa Bay. Just missed his first career home run. Coming out to right for DeLuca. Biggie out of Los Gatos, California. Pitched at Harvard. Pirates had a couple of pitchers from Harvard. You remember Sean Poppin and Tanner Anderson. Biggie, one of the latest from Harvard University to pitch in the major leagues. Caminero. 2 outs now.
That's Harvard. Long way to go from Los Gatos, California to Harvard.
It's about the longest, pretty much the farthest you could be, I guess, right? Within the U.S. Isaac Matson would be next. Will the Pirates come from behind and win? They were up 4-0 before the rain delay in a game that started early and is going late. Thanks for sticking with us. See if it goes the Pirates' way. 5-run 5th. Tampa Bay putting them ahead. As you know, one swing ties it. Cruz doubled off the lefty Seymour his last time up. Two strikes on Cruz. Kind of throttling that slider. One and two on O'Neal Cruz. Hit hard to center, but Mullins is there. And Biggie retires the side in order in the 7th. Still 5-4 Tampa Bay.
All your favorite games games from MLB Play are back. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grid, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
Bottom four, 3-0 Blue Jays. Kazuma Okamoto to lead it off for the Blue Jays. Hit a fly ball to right in his first at bat. As Okamoto drills one. High, deep, gone! His first home run as a Blue Jay, and it is 4-0. Big time power to the opposite field.
He came here with a power bat, and to show that early in the season, he's got these fans on their seats.
A snack that Freddie cannot resist.
I would have to say chips and guacamole. Organic mango, yep.
Is that because of the strong Dominican contingent in the major leagues, bro? Has anybody ever struck out and gone crazy and smashed the cooler full of mangoes?
Nah, our team's not really into smashing each other's stuff, I guess.
Are you a seasoning guy? You like to drown your stuff in dips and sauces?
No. Gotta watch my figure.
And it looks great, brother.
I appreciate it.
Very sexy man.
Yeah,
Let's go, Freddie Freeman, ladies and gentlemen.
Stays 5-4 Rays. Penguins opening their Stanley Cup run tonight. Pirates trying to come back in this one after enjoying an early lead. Lawrence got the final two men in the seventh. Can't really say he's facing the bottom of the order because the Rays have had a couple of pinch hitters. Williamson pinch hit in the fifth, and then caught stealing in the inning.
Sweeper looking really sharp from Justin Lawrence tonight.
Got to make sure the hitter is alert to the pitcher.
He's throwing that sweeper at a 50% clip to the right-handers. Boy, that has a lot of movement.
Two and two on Williamson.
That is not the funny bone to Nick Fortes.
And he's a catcher. He's used to dings and dents, of course, but man. It doesn't go away, right? Like right now, he's not feeling perfect, right?
No, that's right on your tricep, elbow area. As Johan Ramirez getting warmed up in the bullpen. He's going to have a nice welt.
So a 1-out man on for Walls, who struck out 3 times tonight. Came in with a 6-game hitting streak. Hit a righty, almost hit a lefty. And Davis is going to come out. Bill Murphy on the right. Pirates pitching coach with Donnie Kelly. Well, you can't let him have too much more. It's already the 8th inning here, and I would presume as a pitcher, if you're facing the tying run as soon as the inning starts, it's way different than if you've got a 2 or 3 run advantage.
Yeah.
Especially with the way that the Pirates have hit for power this season, and tonight, O'Hearn with a 2-run home run, Ozuna with a 2-run homer. That was before the 2-hour, 27-minute rain delay in the 4th inning. There's your double play ball. Good talk. Henry Davis settling down Lawrence. Pirates coming to bat. Make sure you join us tomorrow afternoon for the series finale. The Pirates will host the Rays. And will it be for the series? We'll find out after this one concludes. Join us tomorrow, 12:30, beginning our coverage right here on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
Brian Baker's going to come into this game. It's 9th game for him. 7 1/3 inning, 7 strikeouts. A 3.68 ERA to go along.
They don't have another lefty, but the way he's pitched against left-handed batters, this is their next best option. Lefty's only 1 for 14 against him so far.
Yeah, heavy changeup usage is probably what's leading to that. He's throwing the changeup at a 40% clip along with the four seam at 55. So it looks to me to be one of those straight changeups. Here's another one. Really good arm action on that.
And another one. 2-2 on Lau.
We've become accustomed to seeing from Brandon Lau, particularly against right-handed pitchers. Another grindy at bat. Bevy of changeups thrown right here. You wonder if he goes back to the fastball or not. Good at bat.
He's going to draw a walk to lead off this 8th inning. Pirates down a run. The tying run is on. The heart of the order coming up. Let's see what Reynolds can do. Trying to protect a 1-run lead. Baker, the 5th Rays pitcher. Might have a play. Simpson in foul territory. Reynolds fouls out for the first out of the 8th. Ryan O'Hearn is coming up, and he got the scoring started in the first.
And this felt like lifetime ago. Beautiful swing, 38-degree launch angle, 106 off the bat. And an early lead for the Buccos.
And an early start time. The start time was moved up to 3:30 with the pending storms. We got in almost 4 innings before the rains came. And then almost a 2.5-hour delay. Pirates were up 4-0 at the intermission. Rays scored 5 in the first time that they batted afterward in that 5th inning. Now coming after 2 men were out.
Well, you see if Ryan O'Hearn can make an adjustment. You know he's going to see a couple changeups right here. Loves to pull the ball and loves the ball down. Just a bit out in front of that one, but he's on it. And that's the tough thing, especially about being a lefty against a guy like Baker that uses that good arm action changeup to go along with a hard 4-seam. He's going to try to get you to speed up on the fastball, and then that changeup's not even a ground ball type of changeup. It's a swing and miss changeup. So you almost have to commit to one and fight off the other if it's a strike. Just like that.
Spoils 98. Baker, originally a 40th round pick of the Pirates 13 years ago, did not sign, went to the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. And Colorado drafted him. Didn't make it to the big leagues until 5 years after that. So you got Soto now up along with Yohan Ramirez.
Probably see Yohan if the game stays right here, and Soto if it's tied up going into the 9th.
Now 2-2 on Ryan O'Hearn. See if the Pirates can come back late.
Really nice job by Ryan O'Hearn right here. You see him late on the fastball, but that's because he's trying to get back to that changeup. And Baker, pretty much a 2-pitch pitcher against these lefties. You wonder if he stays stubborn and stays with that fastball, or if he's going to give in and go back to that changeup. If it's in a good spot, hope O'Hearn's ready.
A little bouncer. They had him played off the line. Tough play and nowhere to go. Infield hit for O'Hearn. And the Big Bears coming up. Marcell Ozuna, he's had a big impact in this series. Our Toyota driving force of the game.
Oh, the Big Bear got into one earlier. The home run. This was yesterday. And he's starting to see some fall, and he's starting to see some get in the seats, Joe.
And Ozuna with that 2-run home run back in the 4th inning. 2 for 3 tonight. 9 for 19 on this homestand. O'Hearn will be run for as he represents the go-ahead run here in the 8th inning. Billy Cook will run for him. And the mound chat as Kyle Snyder comes out. So O'Hearn does a nice job of exploiting the defense. Really battling in that bat. He's been such a great 2-strike hitter this year, hitting 300 after 2 strikes. No one does that.
That's hard to do.
Tony Gwynn used to do it. That's about the only guy that would do it consistently year after year. Here's Ozuna. That average creeping back up. One more hit, he's over 200 after that rough start. Torrid homestand with 1 out. Lau, the lead runner at second. That's the tying run. Want to see one?
Baker, he'll use that slider against the righties. Doesn't throw it against the lefties. Let's see if that comes into play.
Took the fastball, swung at the changeup. Now what?
Look at the movement on this too. Really good changeup, man.
Comes so far in, you can't even open up. If you do, you hit it behind you. 2 on for the Pirates. Down a run, 8th inning. Pirates still have 1 ABS challenge left if they need it. And Ozuna strikes out on the fastball.
Middle up fastball right here. I think he had the big bear looking for that changeup again. Cost him to be a little late on that heater.
So it's up to Nick York, who drove a ball to deep center his last time up. He got off to a great start and has cooled. Lau walked to lead off the inning. He's the tying run. York is due in these situations. 1 out of 16 with runners in scoring position.
I was just thinking the same thing.
And after that last at bat, that was encouraging. Foul tip. 97. First time that he's faced Baker. Pirates have the tying and go-ahead runs on here in the 8th. 2 outs. 2-1 on York. He often gets himself into a hitter's count too. Two-one changeup. And if you take it, it might have been a strike.
Yeah, that's a good take right there. Runner's going to be in motion now. See 2 fastballs and 3 changeups.
We should give Lau, the lead runner, a head start. Base hit ties this game. Good pass on that fastball. You look back to moments like this, even though it's April. When you add up that win total at the end of the year, is it good enough to qualify for the postseason or win the division? Can you pull out a game like this? You had a big lead, lost it. Can you get it back? 8th inning. Nick York, he did it! He did it!
Nick York, he gets rewarded for a terrific at bat, especially that 2-2 changeup just below the zone. A really good take. And as we've seen him do so many times, look where this fastball's at, middle in, and doesn't try to pull it. The game will reward you when you do things the right way. And that was a terrific at bat, one of the best at bats of the season for Nick York. And we got a tie game.
A huge 2-out, 2-strike hit. York ties the game. Good base running from Cook. He gets to third. Spencer Horwitz. Ball one. Pirates have battled back to tie it. Now they have a chance to take the lead against Baker.
I'd love to see Spencer stay back on one of these changeups and shoot it through the 4-hole right here.
Now 1-1. Caminero playing in at third. Ooh, tried to weigh on it. York took off with the pitch. A 1-1 count.
Yeah, I mean, they're most likely going to let him walk into second base if he wants to.
And Horwitz strikes out on the changeup. Pirates get the equalizer off the bat of Nick York. Ties the game at 5 here in the 8th. Nick York came through a 2-out, 2-strike RBI single. That ties this game at 5. Reynolds will go over to right field after O'Hearn was lifted for Billy Cook, and he takes over at left. Bigger field here at home.
Battling numbers for Soto. He's been very good in the early going. 15 strikeouts and 10 2/3. Just under a 1 ERA. He's going to have the top of the order and Simpson leading up to deal with here.
And
that hit the bat?
It almost hit the bat. Which also would have been about if it was ruled that way. Yeah. We've seen so many different kinds of interference in one game tonight, and we almost saw another.
I thought he might make an attempt. How did his bat end up out there?
Oh, it came so close. Yeah.
Big out, though. Big out right there.
Well, you'll see guys, I mean, the guys that can bunt, you'll see them bunt on Soto. He is not usually a very good fielder. So they try to take advantage of that. But Soto has spelled that myth, I guess, so far. He's a Pirate. Caminero.
Really good sweeper right there. Caminero, RBI double in the 5th, single in the 1st inning.
Not all that long ago, they were teammates in the World Baseball Classic, now adversaries. And Soto's been so good against righty batters. They are 1 for 24 against him. Little pop. Can Horwitz get there? Oh, yeah.
Can.
A bunt and a foul out against Soto.
I don't even know how he got to this ball, to be honest with you.
That's some good range. Just missed. Soto's going to challenge.
Did he give it to him?
Soto's going to challenge. He signaled right.
Mind it, Joe, especially if
Calls confirmed. Pittsburgh has 0 challenges remaining.
if this game were to go into extra innings, they would get 1 ABS challenges back. So you hope you don't need it in this at bat against Diaz.
And if you get that call, the inning's over. Valade is pinch running, one-time minor leaguer for the Pirates. So he runs for Aranda. The Rays have no more position players.
And if you're able to get Diaz here without giving up a run, you at least don't have to deal with him if this game were to go to extras and you know you don't have Santana available. So let's hope that he can come through right here.
Just missing. Now 2-0 on Yandy Diaz, who has struck out twice tonight. A rarity for him. The times that he's faced Soto, he has singled, doubled, been hit with a pitch, and walked 3 times. He's been on base every time he's faced him. 6 for 6. York with a 2-out, 2-strike single to tie it in the bottom of the 8th. Soto trying to keep it that way to go to the bottom half of the ninth. Now, Valade usually not a base stealer, but he stole his first major league base on Thursday against the White Sox. I don't know if he was ready. I think that's what he's complaining about. Now, if you're in the box and you're looking, let's see. Yeah, he's in the box and looking. He wasn't ready. It didn't matter. He's alert to the pitcher. Big strikeout for Soto. Pirates score, they win it. They're coming up in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Connor Griffin to lead it off.
We've seen some of his best at bats of the season later in games. You mentioned that ball off the wall a few days ago, narrowly missing a home run, a run scoring triple. We talked about opposing pitchers really trying to jam him and throw him in. A lot of times late in games, pitchers don't love to go in there. Oh, there you go right there, though.
Going to get another fastball after that.
Yeah, that fastball in there, inner half.
Lefty in the 5th inning.
It's rare. From PNC Park. Matson, 12th game season for him, 11 2/3 innings, 1.54 ERA, 9 strikeouts.
That leads the league. Been used a lot, and he's been good. Yandy Diaz will be the automatic runner. The Rays are out of position players to use. Pirates have Gonzalez, Bart, and Mangum on their bench still. Diaz not particularly fast. DeLuca 2 for 2.
the speed of Ozuna, you're going to see this infield.
Simpson very shallow and left. And if he can repeat that Fortes. Hilbun. Here he comes to the plate. Tag. Henry Davis. It's like a.
Yep.
Few catchers do it. He's willing to get in there. Mask is off. Doesn't care.
That's so. Oh, that's
deflating.
That is so deflating. might have been pretty difficult actually for Lau.
If he throws another.